and welcome to the TD Niagara Jazz Festival's third annual online Emancipation Day event, celebrating Black history and culture right here in Niagara and across the globe. This is our 10th year anniversary of the festival, and we are honored and privileged to be able to offer both in-person and online programming. My friends, my name is Crystal DeCuna, and I'm thrilled to be your host and MC again this year and really spend some time with you for today's broadcast. And so before we get started, let me take a moment to tell you a little bit about the TD Niagara Jazz Festival. We were created and curated by jazz musicians from right here in the Niagara region. Creators Juliette Dunn and her late husband, Peter Shea, with an incredible team of passionate staff, board members, and volunteers and contractors, bring this festival to life in Niagara. My friends, jazz music is such a unique North American creation. We recognize and appreciate the enslaved people and Black citizens that created this music that we love so dearly. Black African Americans deserve not only our gratitude, but our respect for helping to create this absolutely incredible North American art form. And so we strive to keep this music alive and really make sure that it's here in Niagara, but also beyond the borders. We want to make sure that jazz music is celebrated, respected, and appreciated across the globe. That, my friends, is our mission as the TD Niagara Jazz Festival. So today, this broadcast is coming to you from the traditional land of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe people, many of whom live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. So you might be wondering, how do we do this? How do we put this festival together? My friends, we do it with your help. And there's many ways that you can help. And so we ask that you continue to contribute by donating to help us continue to produce this fantastic free community event, as well as helping to continue to produce youth programs right here in Niagara. You can choose to be a sponsor for a future festival or different events. And sponsorship, my friends, starts as low as $300. What a great way for your company to get out there and get noticed. Your donations and sponsorship make this festival what it is today. So we appreciate those that have sponsored us and those that will in the future. And on that note, I'd like to take a moment to really recognize our major funders and sponsors, as well as our partners. So let's start with our title sponsor, the TD Bank Group. TD has sponsored us since our very first year, 10 years ago, and we are truly grateful for their support. We have a tremendous major sponsors and funders that also help to keep this alive. Ontario Creates, Ontario Cultural Attractions Fund, the province of Ontario, and the city of St. Catharines, as well as the Humanic Foundation. We also have seasonal sponsors like Mike Sullivan of Land Pro Planning, Jazz AM Co., as well as our official volunteer sponsor, which is Minkin Employment Lawyers, and the OLG as our Fiesta stage sponsor at Music in the Park. Thank you all for the great work that you do and continuing to support us in the Jazz Festival. Now, before we bring our performers on today, we have a phenomenal lineup for you. I'd love to be able to bring our festival co-creator and executive artistic producer, Juliette Dunn, to say a few words.
Thank you, Crystal, and welcome everyone to our third annual online Emancipation Day event. Celebrating Black history and Black culture. We are so thrilled to have you here with us today. And we just got through our 10th annual summer festival, and it was quite the ride. Somehow we managed to escape all of the crazy weather we've been having out here in Niagara. And sometimes when we did get caught with it, like at our flagship event, it turned into something very special. If you don't know what I'm talking about, do check out all of the action on our social media, which is at Jazz Niagara, to see what you missed, and sign up for our newsletter so you can join us at all of the other events throughout the year. But for now, on to our online Emancipation Day event. And before I turn the floor back over to Crystal, I would just like to say that this year's event is dedicated in loving memory to the memory of Wade Pfaff. Wade joined our jazz team a couple of years ago. He reached out to us and we started to work together. You'll see him throughout this production because he was presenting back in February during our Black History Month. Wade is a Black Canadian Black jazz historian, very, very educated on the subject. And we were so happy to start working with him and ourselves to learn more about Canadian Black jazz history. Wade unfortunately passed away suddenly last month in June. So our sincere condolences go out to his entire family and all of his friends. And we'll miss you, Wade. And this one's for you.
Thank you so much, Juliet. Excited to be with you today and really looking forward to such a phenomenal day experiencing the talent that you've got here in Niagara and beyond our walls as well. So thank you for having me. And so we'll also be seeing, my friends, a little bit more from Wade, from some footage that we have from earlier in the year during Black History Month. And again, he will be truly missed for all the work he's done here in our community. And so, my friends, as we continue to champion and celebrate our Black community here in Niagara, the City of St. Catharines generously supports our Jazz for the Ages youth competition. And so in May, we had our 7th annual TD Niagara Jazz Festival, Jazz for the Ages youth competition with over 20 incredibly talented finalists. My friends, this program is adjudicated by a panel of professional jazz musicians, and they were all blown away by the incredible talent. The age ranges went from under 12 years old to teens from 13 to 15 years old. And we had another group from 16 to 18 and all the way up to 21 years old. And vocalists, there was solo performers, there was instrumental performers, there was bands. It was a fantastic competition. And so the winners were Nick Speck, Ridley Jazz Combo, Claire Fall, Jacob Durst, Lorraine and Ava Knapp, Nicholas Mustafa, Raquel Marina, Antonio Jeremiah, Emilio Jeremiah, Jonah Treadway, and Tamia Cox. Tamia Cox is a grade 10 honor roll student at Stanford Collegiate in Niagara Falls. She's an active member of her school community and performs the national anthem at all of Stanford's home football games. She's also a member of the choir and the production club, and she's recently taken on a large role at Stanford's next musical theater production as both a member and a sole choreographer. Tamia's passions are singing and dancing, and she's a competitive dancer with the Foundations Dance Company. She's also trained under her vocal coach, Tania Hagenberg, of Performance on Point for the past 4 years. Tamia was the 2-time winner of the Jazz for the Ages youth competition in the 13 to 17 division. My friends, sit back, relax, and enjoy just a bit of the musical genius of Tamia Cox.
Oh, yeah, yeah, at last, the skies above the blue. My heart was wrapped up in clover. The night I looked at you, and I found a dream that I could speak to, a dream that I can call my own. Now I found a thrill to press my cheek to, a thrill that I've never known. Oh, yeah, and you smiled, oh, in this Christmas carol. And here we are in heaven, for you are mine at last.
Thank you.
My friends, as we celebrate Emancipation Day today, it has been recognized in Black communities across Canada well before it became an official holiday in Canada on March 24th, just back recently in 2021. In fact, slavery was abolished throughout the British colonies by an imperial act that took effect on August 1st, 1834. Many Canadians continue to celebrate August 1st as Emancipation Day. In fact, the first such events date back to 1862, when the descendants of Blacks who had settled in Simcoe and Grey counties in Ontario established what they called Emancipation Day festivals. Here at the TD Niagara Jazz Festival, we know that new traditions need to be formed, and we take pride in celebrating Black history and culture, both in person and online. Today's Emancipation Day event, coming to you online, is a way that we can reach not only our local community, but audiences across the globe. And so I encourage you to continue to educate yourself about the deep history that has led us to today's Emancipation Day celebrations. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope you enjoy the show. My friends, let me share with you a few other sponsors that help to make today's festival a success. The OLG sponsors us, Niagara-on-the-Lake Rotary Club, Atria Retirement Canada, CMF Doors, Sally Magar and Magar Realty, as well as the Shaw Festival. And our Twilight Jazz Series sponsors include Niagara Parks, Asperia Heatherwood Retirement, Dan Plunkett of DPLU Music, Kimberly Schwenker of Magar Realty, Richard Hall of Royal LePage, Charles Clement of Royal LePage. And we have some phenomenal venue partners that continue to support us at the TD Niagara Jazz Festival. And they include the Hare Wine Company, the Brown Homestead, Henry of Pelham Winery, NAC, the Niagara Artist Center, Ridley College, White Oaks Resort and Spa, 124 on Queen, the Irish Harp, Mate Cafe and Lounge, Shady Acres Studio, as well as Willowbank. Thank you so much to our sponsors. Some of our great partners include Steinway Piano Gallery of Toronto, Long and McQuaid, Jazz Festivals of Canada, the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce, Tourism Niagara-on-the-Lake, Barter Pay, Anchor Niagara, and Niagara College. Thank you so much for all your contributions and partnerships. We also have some phenomenal beverage partners. Again, the Hare Wine Company, Henry of Pelham Winery, Oast House Brewery, Vienna Estates, and H2 Only. Thank you so much. We appreciate your contribution. We also have phenomenal media partners, Jazz FM 91.1, 610 CKTB, Bell Media, Niagara-on-the-Lake Local, Exclaim, and Your TV. Thank you so much for your contribution to the festival. Hey, we have a fantastic lineup, not only of performers throughout the day, of musical performances, but also of local leaders from our Black community that are going to tell you a little bit about what they do and how they continue to support our Black community today on Emancipation Day. Dr. Tapo Chimganda is the founder and executive director of Future Black Female. Future Black Female recognizes that Black women are tenacious and strong, not because it's in their nature, but because they often have no choice. We, as women of color, often have to fight against systems of abuse, misogyny, exclusion, and much more. Hey, we craft our own solutions to the problems that are put upon us for our children, our partners, and ourselves. Unfortunately, like many of those who fight these battles over and over, by the time we get to the point in our journey where we should be savoring our successes, many of us are exhausted, burnt out, and experiencing mental health illnesses such as depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorders. Some daily struggles can really affect our relationships, and we continue to affect our relationships with our careers and really create a capacity for happiness. As a community and a support system, Future Black Female aims to increase and maintain the capacity for happiness in each and every one they encounter. My friends, join me in welcoming a conversation today with Dr. Tapo. Awesome. Welcome, Dr. Tapo. So excited to dive into a little chat with you today. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me, Crystal.
Of course, of course. Now you are doing some fantastic work with Future Black Females. So I'd love for you to tell our audience a little bit about the work you're doing and some of the services that you offer at Future Black Female.
So Future Black Female works with Black female youth around the country, around Canada, age 16 to 22. We focus mostly on what we call three pillars of well-being, which is pro-Black mental health. We also focus on financial literacy that leads to economic security, and education and career pathways. Most of our programs are virtual, but within the Niagara region, we do a lot of in-person stuff.
Fantastic. And I've looked at your programming. You do a lot of training in the area as well. And so it's great to see that. I'd love to know about some of the services in particular that you offer in terms of training or there's so much on your website. If you can share a little bit with your audience on how the organization really can help Black females.
So for our mental health, there is a form that young people can self-refer. So they fill out the form and we connect them with a qualified and licensed Black woman psychotherapist who will work with them on their mental health. This is a free service for the young people, so the practitioners bill us directly. And the focus really is on, like I said, mental well-being, helping them learn new coping skills, helping them deal with any trauma, any healing that they need to do. And then for our financial literacy, we're very lucky to be partnering with RBC Bank, and they have been very supportive here in Niagara region, helping young people learn really essential, fundamental financial literacy skills. So we've gone to the schools, we've done summer camps. Whenever we have the opportunity to gather young people and teach them how to manage their money, simple things like how to read your paycheck, how to start thinking about credit cards and student loans, that type of thing.
Yeah, those are such great life skills, right? And often women of color and Black females in our region, it's just not top of mind. Sometimes we're in a different socioeconomic class or a different education class, and those opportunities just might not be available. So it's great to have organizations like yours that is able to really foster those great conversations and really education. Now, I noticed on your website there is something really fun. There's an upcoming event you have going on, a glamping event I saw.
Yes. And we're happy that it falls on Emancipation Day, actually. So from Monday to Wednesday this coming week, we have Black Girls Glamping. We have a lovely location in Port Colborne, the Southwest Guest House. And we'll have about 20 young people. And we'll be talking about, again, our mental health, our financial literacy skills, but also looking at what beauty and self-care is for a Black girl or a young Black woman. So we will look at makeup, how to take care of your hair, how to take care of yourself, do a little bit of yoga, and just spend some time together, picnic as well. So we're all really excited that we get to spend this important and special time together, particularly on Emancipation Day.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Thank you for such great work. And so bringing us to the day that we're celebrating today, Emancipation Day, I'd love your thoughts. We've come a long way. Just recently, Canada announced that August 1st is the day we're going to celebrate Emancipation Day. And so what does it mean to you as a Black woman in Canada? Tell me a little bit about how that feels.
Well, I wasn't born and raised in Canada, so I am an immigrant, but I was born and raised in Zimbabwe, and I was fortunate to be what they call born free in that part of the world, which means I was born after colonization. Now, we all know colonization doesn't really end. It just changes. But when I think about Emancipation Day, it really reminds me a lot about growing up and seeing the transition that my country went through from being under British colonialism to pretty much ruling ourselves. That's the idea. And so Emancipation Day for me is about those really important changes that make the difference between bondage and freedom, that remind people that they have the right to choose who they want to be, what they want to do, where they want to live. And this year in particular, post-COVID, we know that there's been a lot of economic challenges and difficulties for people, but particularly Black people, because of our history, both in this country and globally. And so for us, freedom has to go beyond being able to vote and not and getting a paycheck. It has a lot to do with the systemic injustices that are still operational, that are still keeping us in positions of disadvantage. And so when Emancipation Day comes along, we're celebrating, but we're also resolving to continue doing some of this work that needs to be done for us all to be truly free and to be free from systemic racism, systemic discrimination, and systemic injustices.
Hey, Dr. Tapo, I'd love to know, how can Niagara help the work that you're doing at Future Black Females? How can us as a community, as a society, help to support some of the work that you're doing?
Well, we depend a lot on grants and funding from the federal government and from generous organizations like Niagara Community Foundation. They've been very, very helpful. And so it would be great if people continue. If you've been donating to the Niagara Community Foundation, please continue to do that. Maybe even mention us when you give to them, that may this money find its way to Future Black Female. But also you can donate directly to us. We're not yet a registered charity. We're working on that. But any little would help. All the money we get, we try and directly funnel it to the young people that we serve.
Wonderful, wonderful. And where can people find you online?
We're at futureblackfemale.com.
Awesome. And you're on Instagram as well, I believe?
We're on Instagram, we're on LinkedIn, we are on Facebook, we're on Twitter. And our handle on all of those platforms is at FBlackFemale, FBlackFemale. And if you go on our website, you can find our handles.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much for spending some time with us today. We wish you a phenomenal Emancipation Day and continued success with the great work that you're doing at Future Black Females. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Crystal. Have a nice day.
You too. Bye for now. Wade Pfaff was a diverse artist and academic with a background in community work and immersive anthropological fieldwork in Black history and jazz in both Nova Scotia and Ontario. He was a 35-year veteran of guitar, bass, and drums. And Wade spent his youth as a disco, a ball dancer, a breakdance performer, and an instructor. He'd recently joined a Black People's History of Canada project. It was a heritage project done to be able to fund research groups which will draft public school curriculums and learning materials on Canadian Black history to be implemented in schools across the nation over the next 2 years. Wade will forever be respected and missed for his contribution to our community and our country.
Hello there. You guys should all have a program there. My name is Wade, and I put some photos there with a couple of little captions for you to follow along. And we're not going to go too deeply into it. I've been studying this for, 8-10 years now, and I could go on for weeks, so you'll have to stop me. Now, Canada's long been a haven for African Americans, West Indians, and African diaspora labor migrants and political refugees. It has also hosted many Black music migrants and refugees. And our black jazz scenes and performance venues were at the forefront of jazz performance, composition, dancing, and recording, starting with the very first jazz record ever made by the original Dixieland Jazz Band in 1917 in New York City, which is a white band from New Orleans in 1917, which included Darktown Strutter's Ball, which was written by Shelton Brooks from Amherstburg, right here in Ontario. And he had been the staff writer for Sophie Tucker for at least a decade prior to that in vaudeville. And he was known for being a comedian and a musician and a composer. So I think we were very, very lucky that, in such a competitive market, one of our black Canadian Ontario composers got on that record, which I find very fascinating. And also, you may not be aware, I'm going to speak about Mildred Dixon in a moment. Halifax is well known for its boxing experience, and other people in this series I'm going to tell you about who are also from Nova Scotia, who traveled across the country in the earliest days of jazz, 1915 to 1918. And let me tell you how early that was, because Storyville in New Orleans was the black community, the jazz community that Louis Armstrong and Jelly Roll Morton were raised in. And it was razed to the ground in 1914. And this is exactly why all of these black musicians started traveling to New York, Chicago, and Jelly Roll Morton ended up in Vancouver. But he was not the first jazz musician at the Patricia Hotel. A fellow by the name of George Paris from Nova Scotia was. And I'll tell you about him in our next installment. Today we're going to talk about the black Canadian women in jazz who are important to our history. Starting with Jackie Shane. Now I put her in with the women, although she's actually a man, she was a transvestite. I put her in there because here, my particular viewpoint about black Canadian music history, specifically in jazz in the earliest days, it has to do a lot with social justice. So I wanted to start off with Jackie Shane. If none of you were aware of her, she was a cross-dressing soul singer along the lines of Otis Redding, Ray Charles, Little Richard. She trained under Little Richard, as a matter of fact, and she performed on stage with a lot of the greats from the 60s and 70s, including people like Joe Tex, Stevie Wonder. So she has a long background. Now, let me just try to, there's a few things written on your program, and I'm just going to go through it. She was actually born in Nashville, and she moved to Toronto in the mid-1960s and started performing downtown and quickly developed a following, playing with a band named Frank Motley and the Motley Crew. They were out of South Carolina, and they really made a mark here in Toronto. By 1969, she had been on television, and she decided to drop out. I keep on saying she, but I'm going to continue saying that. I think that's only right. And she moved back to Nashville to take care of her mother, and she never came out of retirement up until about 2017, when a record producer from Toronto tracked her down and begged her to please help him compile an album with some studio tapes that they had found, and she did so. And so you will find that album. It's called Any Other Way. My thesis advisor, Rob Bodeman, he wrote the liner notes on that. His particular field of interest is the black soul groups from the 1960s. Mine are the black jazz musicians from prior to World War II in Canada. Next, I'd like to talk to you about Molly Johnson. Jackie Shane, yes. Unfortunately, she passed away 3 years ago, but at least we had the opportunity to have a compilation of her records. And if you wanted to look online, you will find one performance of her band doing a Ray Charles cover song. So now Molly Johnson comes from Toronto. She began her career as a youth, 8 years old or so, performing in Porgy and Bess and South Pacific at the Royal Alexandra in Toronto. She went on to study ballet and music, and then from there she was playing with a rock band. I don't know, some of you may remember them, Alta Moda, and another band called the Infidels, believe it or not, I can't believe that. And the whole time, she had her own independent career as a jazz vocalist. And that's what really ended up picking up for her, until eventually she did catch a break and produced a record with a fellow by the name of, let me just see if I can, Steve McKinnon in the 1990s, and thus began her musical career. And so between 2004 and 2008, she was a CBC radio host. And then in 2008, she received the Order of Canada for her charity work with HIV/AIDS sufferers. Since then, her career has just continued to climb. I think she has no less than 6 albums, and she won a Juno Award for Best Vocal Album of the Year in 2009. She's still around. You might actually get a chance to see her this summer somewhere. And next, I'd like to talk about Mildred Dixon. She is probably one of our earliest female icons in jazz. She was born in Africville, which is another community that was razed to the ground in Halifax. And right around the same time, as a matter of fact, jazz was really, really big in Halifax. And she moved from Halifax to New York City and became a professional ballroom dancer. And she had been very successful in a dance team called Mildred and Henry. They were so successful, they were hired by the Cotton Club, and she was a headlining act for 3 years before Duke Ellington even arrived there. He was a nobody when he arrived there, and she was a big star. And they fell in love, and they had a common law marriage that lasted a decade. And even when it failed to last, she still remained very, very close friends with Duke Ellington's first wife. So much so that in 1950, Duke Ellington opened his own publishing company, and he hired his first wife as the president and his second wife as the manager. And the two of them remained very close friends until their old age. And now, Mildred Dixon, she was quite the character. Duke Ellington's only son, Mercer, tells us that the song Sophisticated Lady was written for her. So that'll tell you what kind of a lady she was. And even Duke Ellington's own son said that she had such innate class, comparable or even greater than Duke's own. So I just wanted to remind you about how far back our legacy goes back in jazz. And these are just some of the women. I've been studying this for many years, so hopefully we'll get a chance to talk some more. Next week, I will be telling you about a few of the iconic males in our history. And the following week, it will be about the iconic venues where a lot of this happened. So thank you very much. We'll see you next time.
Alexis Barrow was born into a musical family in Havana, Cuba. Classically trained, he took up the trumpet at the age of 8 and completed his musical education by receiving a teaching certification at the prestigious Armando Roldan Music Conservatory in Havana. While in school, he became a member of the Bona Vista Social Club superstar singer Omar Portuendo's band, and at the age of 19, played lead trumpet for the National Radio and Television Orchestra. After moving to Canada in 2001, he was discovered in Toronto by the iconic Canadian jazz drummer Archie Allen, where he flourished as a writer and a performer for 8 years as a member of the Canadian award-winning hard bop band Collage. As a band member and a contributor, he was nominated for the Best Jazz Trumpeter by the Canadian National Jazz Awards in 2006, 2007, and 2008. Alexis Barrow has participated in more than 80 albums and can be heard as a featured soloist on some of the most transcendent Latin albums made in Canada. He's released 6 albums, my friends, as a solo artist, and his 2022 release titled Mi Riaz, My Root, is his tribute to the Cuban trumpet and all the great Cuban musicians and composers who have contributed to bringing its distinctive sound to prominence in the world of music throughout history. My friends, sit back and join me as we enjoy the Latin sounds of musical genius Alexis Barrow.
Thank you. That was a song entitled CMA. It's a pleasure being here. It's an honor, actually, to be invited to play in this beautiful spot. I hope you enjoy the music. We're going to be playing a bit of a fusion of Cuban jazz and a little bit of modern jazz and, you know, music from all my previous four or five albums. So I hope you enjoy it. That was CMA. This next one is entitled Reencuentro. Thank you so much. Reencuentro. So, this next song, I wrote it a while ago. It's a tribute to, I don't know if any of you have been to Havana before. Yeah. So there's a famous walkway in Havana, in old Havana. It's called El Prado. It used to be a walkway back in the early 1900s where a lot of people used to go and hang out. It was a gathering spot. So people back in the early 1920s, they had the little hot straws and the ladies with the dress, and they just go walk up and down this very long street. And between the streets, they had these big pathways with like sculpture of lions, big lion sculptures, and it was a place back in the days. It still exists. It's not as luxurious as it was in the early 1900s. But it's still, it's a very important piece of history in Havana, El Prado. So I wrote this song dedicated to it. So it's entitled Paseo por el Prado. Thank you. Paseo por el Prado. So we're going to conclude this set with a very familiar song. I'm pretty sure you all recognize it. And since you probably will know it, I might ask you to sing along later on. Don't be scared, it's very easy. You know which song is this, right? Yeah. You know what the chorus goes, right? You know? What does it say? Over me, right? Yeah? Can I hear you guys say it? Over me. So you guys sing and I'll play, right? Can we do that? Over me, and then I play. 1, 2, 3. Over me. All right. Beautiful. 1, 2, 3. So we're going to take a short break right now. I don't know, I think it's 15, 20 minutes. And we're going to come back for second set. I hope to see you all guys again. But I wouldn't want to end the set without hearing you sing again, right? So 1, 2, 3. Over me. 1, 2, 3. Over me. 1, 2, 3. Over me. 1, 2, 3. Give you hands. Thank you. We'll be back shortly.
My friends, I hope you're enjoying today's performances. And so as you're enjoying, please continue to support us on social media. Follow us, like us, share what you're learning, share what you're enjoying. And you can find us on all of our social media platforms at Jazz Niagara. Niagara Bound Tours was founded by Leslie Harper. Leslie has extensive experience organizing and conducting customized historical tours throughout the Niagara region. As a fifth-generation descendant of a fugitive slave from Kentucky, she has a particular personal interest in the history of freedom seekers who came to Canada, but in particular the Niagara region. Leslie is a professional with many years of experience in travel and tourism, and she focuses on exemplary customer service. She provides friendly, flexible, informative, and educational tours, and she is always happy to assist with any travel needs. It is her goal that you leave her tours in awe and really a wonder to create a memory that you can share with others. My friends, let's meet Leslie Harper. Leslie, it's so good to see you again. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you being with us today. Thank you.
My pleasure. My pleasure, for sure.
Fantastic. Now, you do some great work in our community with Niagara Bound Tours, and I'd love for you to share a little bit about the work that you do with Niagara Bound Tours here in Niagara.
Thank you, Crystal. I'd love to share. I started doing Black History tours here in 2004, so next year it'll be 20 years. I saw that there was somewhat. I was working at the Toronto Board of Education many years ago. And the message that our young people were getting at that time was not a positive message about being Black in Toronto in particular, Canada in general. So I thought, oh, this isn't good. And it hasn't been. And when I had the opportunity, and it was sort of like I was God-led, it just sort of happened, it became a calling. I started to do these tours, and I've been doing these tours for almost 20 years now. The pandemic changed things up a bit, but it's given me an opportunity to travel all over the United States and learn Black history in those sites and meet people from all over the world, bring them to these sites in Niagara. And it's given me an opportunity to work with various tourism organizations and some incredible people who are interested in this history, that preserve the history. I'm part of an organization on the New York side called the Underground Railroad Consortium of New York State. We're working on bringing, preserving and telling the stories in the States. And I'm also working with them to connect those that came from the United States into Canada. They have a plethora of names and people, and we just need to get around to digging that up as well. So there's lots to do, and I'm loving every minute of it. I'm loving every minute of it.
Leslie, it's so great that, you came from, you personally is fifth generation, I believe.
More than that, I'm learning more about other fifth generation on the Underground Railroad freedom seeker side. But then there's another family group that I've tracked back to my great grandpa, who was born in London, Ontario in 1841 and ended up leaving Canada as a free Black man and fighting in the Civil War. He's now part of an exhibit at the Canada War Museum in Ottawa, and his picture is the first picture up in the exhibition hall. I am so proud, so
That's
proud.
fantastic.
So his family tree I have to learn more about, because they would have been here. He was born here, so I don't know when his parents came or what that's about, but I'll find out. I'll find out. And then I have Native blood in me also.
You'll have to share with us next year.
Oh, yeah, there's so much. There's so much.
Oh, fantastic. So, Leslie, we're here today celebrating Emancipation Day, and Emancipation Day has such a rich history, and it comes from challenging beginnings, of course. But now that we're here and we're Canadian and we're celebrating this day, August 1st, and this just happened recently as well. What does it mean to you, somebody who's been really championing this movement for so long? What does it mean to you to be able to celebrate Emancipation Day here in Canada?
Well, you asked in the pre-form, you had asked about 3 words to describe it. And yes. I have gratitude, pride, and celebration. I'm so blessed. And what it means to me is I'm so blessed that I come from a backbone of people who had the courage to leave their home. Some people come from horrible home environments, and they certainly came from Kentucky, and they came to Canada, 1,500 miles to Canada, and made Canada their home. And it wasn't nirvana. It wasn't perfect here either, but they rose above it, and I celebrate, and I have great pride. I oftentimes will say to people, this sometimes makes them gasp, but once I explain it, it's okay. Then I'm proud to be a descendant of the formerly enslaved people, because they did it. They did it, and that's who I'm a part of. So that's how I feel about Emancipation Day.
Wonderful. Now, Leslie, tomorrow's a big day for you. You're celebrating a milestone birthday.
Yes.
And as you're celebrating, your birthday, tell me what you would tell other young Black women here, particularly in Canada and Niagara. What's some of the advice that you might give them, understanding some of the challenges that they're facing in society today as well?
Well, for young people in general, I don't let them, when they come on my tour or I do an online presentation, what have you, or an in-person lecture, I tell them you cannot let the whole racial thing stop you from moving forward. I hate the word racialized. I'm not that, none of us are that one-dimensional that everything's about our color. And we have to stop that. I have to tell you, my US clients, when I tell them that, over here, we're all racialized, they're appalled. Yeah. Because I share with my American colleagues the fact that we have had to rise above our circumstances. We haven't been able to allow those circumstances to let it be all that we are. I certainly am not one-dimensional. And for our young women, they have to, just as the young men, I couldn't just put it in men or just with women. It's applied to all of our young people. They have to feel inspired. They have to be motivated. They have to start hearing positive things about Canada. When I was at the Toronto Board of Education, those kids were told, Canada's racist. It doesn't like you. It doesn't care about you. You're not in the textbooks. You're not in the history books. And I thought, oh, this is bad. This is their country. So what did those kids do 10 years later? Where was I seeing our young Black men? At the Roy McMurtry Center for Young Offenders. 90% of the male population at that time were young Black men. And I have to tell you, they aren't stupid men. And when I talked to them, they sat like little soldiers, even though I've been warned that they might walk around or get whatever, there could be problems. No, they didn't move a muscle because they were hearing good news for the first time in their life about being Black in Canada.
As a mom of a young Black man myself, I'm East Indian and my son is half African, half East Indian. There's a lot of fear around it. There's tons of fear, especially in our community here.
Yeah.
But he's really risen above, and it's nice to see that, especially over the last few years, he's been able to really champion and really appreciate his color and really grow with it. So thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, and we
Go
really
ahead.
have to stop the adult hate speech on the right, on the left, on the white, on the black, because our poor kids are hearing that, and they go to the internet. And the situation in Buffalo, I've been brought in to help a little bit with what's happening on the east side of Buffalo since the Tops massacre, where that young white kid went in and shot the people up in the grocery store. And when he was sentenced, he said that he got his information from the internet, which backed up what I had already thought was the situation. These kids are here. So, moms, dads, grandma, grandpa, we got to stop the hate speech. There's really good stuff to talk about, and our kids need to know that too.
Yeah, that's such great advice. Leslie, thank you so much for the continued great work that you do at Niagara Bound Tours and throughout our community over the last several decades. You've really been a champion, and you're somebody that we really respect and appreciate here in Niagara. So thank you so much for the great work you do, and I look forward to seeing you again soon, my friend. Take care.
Thank you very much. Take care now. Bye-bye.
So the next song is our drummer's favorite ballad. Yeah, he loves it. He likes to sing along with the melody. So he might make you guys sing too. Let's go, The Dance. So like I said, our drummer like to make people sing this song, but he doesn't have a mic, so I had to do it. It's a very simple melody. So I'll sing it once, and you guys can repeat it. Yeah, is that cool? Can we do it? Very simple, only a couple notes, right? Ba ba da 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 da. Can you repeat it? Ba ba da 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 da. Cool. Part 2. Da 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 da. That's it. That's it. And then back to part 1, right? Da 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 da. See? One more time, yeah? Da 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 da. Ready? Part 2. Da 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 da. Let me hear you. Da 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 da. You guys know it now, right? Da da da. Let me hear them. Huh? Yeah, one more time. Part 2. One more time. Thank you so much. So this last song that we're gonna conclude our evening, it's a song from our new album entitled Mi Raíz, a tribute to the Cuban trumpet. This one is entitled En Son de Descarga. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Have a safe drive home. It's been a pleasure being here. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the night. Thank you for all the show. Thank you to the sound guys. Thank you to the Hair Wine Company. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
The Alexis Barrow Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Would you like one more? Okay. They're gonna jam on one because I'm putting them on the spot. This is when the magic happens, more than that magic. Thanks, you guys. Wow. Don't look so afraid. What's gonna happen? You're good. You'll be fine. You're better than good. Thanks, guys.
We're gonna do one more.
My friends, George Weber is the chair of the newly founded Friends of the Forgotten in Niagara-on-the-Lake. The organization was formed to honor the final resting place of Niagara Baptist Church parishioners who were part of Niagara-on-the-Lake historical Black community by transforming the current unremarkable site into a memorial landscape. The Niagara Baptist Church burial ground is a point of pride for Niagara-on-the-Lake, as it respectfully restored serene memorial and historical site that honors the parishioners buried there, their role in the town's heritage, and the importance of Black history here in Niagara-on-the-Lake. My friends, let's bring on George Weber. Hello, George. Thank you for being with us. I see you're on the road. You're traveling today?
Thank you very much. Yeah, we are the family. We're off to see Hamilton.
Oh,
so we're very
fantastic.
excited.
Oh, that's so wonderful. Wonderful. Well, thank you for squeezing some time out. We appreciate you joining us today. We'll keep it short and sweet, George, but would love to know about some of the work that you're doing here in Niagara-on-the-Lake with the Friends of the Forgotten. Can you tell us a little bit about the work that you're doing right now and really bringing some awareness to it?
Yeah, we in Niagara-on-the-Lake, we have this piece of land. Relatively, you walk by it and you'd have no idea what it's all about. We have individuals, 15 individuals that we're aware of, who are former slaves, freed slaves buried in this plot of land. And it's unremarkable. There are only 3 headstones showing, and we've taken it upon ourselves to revitalize this burial ground, to bring it back to a level of sense within our community. So we've started working on that project. It's one that we take a lot of pride in. We really want to do a good job, but it's not as straightforward a process as you would think. We have to work with several levels of government, and we have to raise funds in order for us to revitalize the land.
Wonderful. Well, congratulations for taking the first steps. That certainly seems like an undertaking that could definitely be challenging. Now, George, today we're celebrating Emancipation Day, and it means a lot, especially being Canadian. And so I'd love to know your take on it. What does celebrating this day really mean to you and the work that you're doing in our community?
Yeah, it's interesting because I didn't even realize that this was Emancipation Day. It's one of those that has kind of come, it's there, but I wasn't aware of it. So for me, emancipation is essentially freedom, right? Freedom to be able to do what you want to do, and freedom to be able to do what you want to do when you want to do it. So I look at it as a very significant day for all of us, for each member of the Black community or any other community for that matter. Emancipation is all about freedom to do what you need to do.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, George. George, I'd love to be able to share some light with our Niagara community and really the globe, because everybody is tuning into this across the world. Now, on the website, what can local community members do to support the work that you're doing with Friends of the Forgotten?
Well, for Friends of the Forgotten, we've got a website. It's called friendsoftheforgotten.ca. All words, no spaces in between. friendsoftheforgotten.ca. And you can contribute from anywhere that you can get the website. The money that is contributed and donated to our cause goes directly to a bank account associated with the town of Niagara-on-the-Lake. So for contributions and donations greater than $25, the town will provide tax receipts. So we encourage everyone to participate, to contribute, to join the cause, and to become a member, really, of the Friends of the Forgotten. We really appreciate that.
Wonderful. Well, George, I'll let you and your family enjoy the day. Thank you so much for being with us, and enjoy the show tonight. I appreciate you.
Well, you are very welcome, and thank you for being flexible and allowing me to join you in the car, on my phone. I appreciate it very much.
Of course, of course. Fantastic. Have a great one, George. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Wow. It is amazing to see so many jazz fans out here. It makes me so happy. For me as an educator, been trying to keep jazz alive. I've been a musician as well. And I have a niece who's just graduating in jazz performance and education at Western. So it's just amazing that people are still this into it. Let me go on. Okay, so in my last talk, I spoke about the women who were significant to Canadian jazz. We spoke of Jackie Shane, who had this ability to put on different personas, and she was an amazing performer along the lines of Little Richard. Very physical, amazing to watch. And then we spoke about Mildred Dixon, who comes from Africville in Halifax, whose whole family was into music, dance. Her uncles and her father, they were professional boxers. You may have heard of George Dixon, Canada's first black heavyweight. And actually, no, he was not the first. He was, that was later on. I'm going to be speaking about the guy who was considered the first. All right, so here we go. We're going to speak first about George Dixon, okay? And George Paris. Okay, now, he was from another town called Truro in Nova Scotia. Professionally, he was a sprinter and a boxer. And he traveled across the country in the late 1800s, ended up meeting Jack Johnson, the American heavyweight boxing champ, and became his trainer. So he traveled with Jack Johnson for about 9 years all around the world. When Jack Johnson retired in about 1911, 12, 13, he moved to Vancouver. Now, he is recognized as having Canada's first jazz band and first black jazz band at the Patricia Hotel in 1917, which is officially recognized as the first year of jazz. Now, he was a very interesting fellow. He was known as the mayor of Gastown. He played there for the year of 1917. I'm just going to backtrack a little bit. In 1914, the black neighborhood in New Orleans was burnt to the ground. And when it was, all the musicians like Louis Armstrong, Sidney Bechet, and Jelly Roll Morton all had to find some place to go. And so some went to New York, some went to Chicago, some went to Montreal, and Jelly Roll Morton went to Vancouver. So the year after George Paris was playing, Jelly Roll Morton and his band played on that stage at the Patricia Hotel for the next 2 years. And he was the house band there, and George Dixon played with him. He was known as the mayor of Gastown. He ended up training the Vancouver Police Department right up until his retirement. Isn't that crazy? Okay. Let's move on to the guy who actually, he's from our area. He's from Southern Ontario. His name is Shelton Brooks. Remember I said 1917 was the first year of jazz? It's officially recognized as that because of the first record that was made in 1917. It was made by the original Dixieland Band, and they were a white orchestra from New Orleans, okay? Now, that album, which was made in New York, by the way, if you know anything about New Orleans, Buddy Bolden is considered the first black jazz musician, but he didn't want to record, so it ended up being this white band. The reason why is there was a lot of jealousy between players. They didn't want people stealing each other's licks, so he chose to turn that down. But anyway, this white New Orleans act ends up doing the first recording, and one of the songs on the album is by Shelton Brooks from Amherstburg, Ontario. He was the staff writer for Sophie Tucker, who was one of the biggest vaudeville singers and performers. And his background was more in comedy and musicals, at Broadway, vaudeville. And so he's also a very interesting character for this sense that he was still teaching music right up until the end. Now, Juliet asked me to keep this short, but I wanted to speak about one of our heroes here in Niagara. It was Miney Sutton, all right? And so I have quite a bit of background on him as well. And before I go on and tell you about Cy McLean, who was my master's topic, see, I was at Cape Breton University, and my professor had discovered Viola Desmond, and his book on Viola Desmond was coming out in 2015. I took his course, and his book was a part of that course, and I was inspired by that. And I decided I wanted to find my own Canadian black hero, and I'd always wondered who was the first black person to break that race barrier in jazz. And it turned out the record book said it was Cy McLean from Sydney, Cape Breton Island, which is where I happened to be living. And I happened to be living in a poor neighborhood that was a black neighborhood. So he happened to have grown up 2 blocks from where I lived. And his father was the president of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, Marcus Garvey's organization. So you see, jazz and social justice have always gone hand in hand, even before it was called jazz. So let me move on and tell you just a little bit here about Cy McLean. The reason why the book said that it was him that broke those color barriers is because of Toronto being the prime venue in the 1940s. In the 1920s, it was Montreal, but in the 1940s, it was Toronto, and the Colonial Tavern was the place. So just a very, very quick little bit about that. The Lichtenberg brothers, who had owned it, and they were doing fine, and they decided they were going to let women into the dining room and drink. At the time, they weren't allowed to. The city closed them down, took away their drinking permit. So they closed down, they shuffled around the names on the legal documents, and they reopened as the Colonial Tavern. And just for the hell of it, they decided they'd put on a black band, just to see what would happen. And what it ended up doing was it ended up changing the nature of Yonge Street, and more bands started doing it. And so the reason why the rule book said it was Cy McLean who had done it is because he was recognized here in Ontario for doing that. And it turns out the guy who was from Southern Ontario, Miney Sutton, he did it 20 years earlier, but he did it in Montreal, right? And so Ontario remembered Cy McLean from Nova Scotia, and Montreal remembered Miney Sutton and the Canadian ambassadors from Niagara. So isn't that funny? I consider Miney Sutton to be the one who really broke that race barrier, but at that time, it was unrecognized. He played at a lot of these non-union places in and out of Montreal. When he came back to Ontario, the union here had always been segregated, but they asked him if he would be the co-president of a new integrated union, which is one of the earliest in Ontario. But I'd love to tell you more, but I'd love to hear Neil Braithwaite too. So thank you very much for coming, everybody.
Neil Braithwaite Group is led by saxophonist Neil B. Braithwaite. He's performed and recorded in various musical genres, including R&B, jazz, blues, reggae, country, rock, and world music. Amongst the artists he's worked with include George Clinton, Daniela Perez, Wynton Marsalis, Deborah Cox, Molly Johnson, Jack Soul, Johnny Reed, the Philosopher Kings, the Dream Warriors, and Eddie Bullen. Be Thankful is the title of his group's debut album released in spring of 2022. The history of this group, my friends, dates back to their many years of playing together as a regular Monday night house band for a soul food restaurant, Caribbean restaurant in downtown Toronto called the Harlem Underground. Put your hands together, sit back, relax, and enjoy as you hear the musical stylings of Neil Braithwaite Group.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Good evening. Hopefully you can hear me. We'd like to say welcome and thank you for spending your family day with us. And wow, we are totally overwhelmed. This is probably the second time that we've actually performed these songs in public. So I hope you enjoy. Kick back and, let us know how we do. I don't know, I'm not very good at talking, so I'm gonna try to speak through this funny piece of plumbing I have in my hands. Anyways, good to see you all, good to see you all. What a beautiful turnout and a beautiful spot. Amazing. Hair winery, beautiful. May I get some water, please? Oh, I forgot. There's an on and off switch on this. Oh my gosh. I want to keep it on off all the time. Well, once again, welcome. Look at this. Listen, give yourselves a round of applause for coming out and supporting this wonderful thing. I mean, forget us up here. We're, secondary to you guys. But really, truly, truth be told, we are so touched to be here in this beautiful surrounding and with all you wonderful people. Well, now you know what our piano is all about. He says, with all his wine. So if you hear a few bad notes, you know why. Anyway, once again, my name is Neil Brathwaite. And I'll give you a little bit of a history of how this all came about. For about maybe 5 years or so, we used to have a regular residency, we call it gig, so I'll call it a gig, at a place called Harlem Underground Restaurant in Toronto. And we used to play there every Monday night, and it was just, well, yeah, tonight's a little bit better. There's quite a few more people than when we first started out there, and well, much better looking than the piano. No, just joking. So we used to play there every Monday night, and Carl, the owner of the place, his name was Carl, called me up and said, "Look, I want to do something that kind of represents a little bit more of the sort of black diaspora of music, and hopefully you can put something together." And of course, I got two of my white friends here to help me out. And we kind of went into the abyss, and we started to play some songs that we liked, and people would show up, and then other musicians would show up, and some really, really, really famous international musicians, when they were in town, would make their way down and sit in with us. Anyway, we ended up being approached by Greg Gooding of G3 Jazz, and said, "Hey man, why don't you guys put a record together?" We started to laugh, like, "What are we gonna play?" "What, us? Record? Come on." Anyway, so of course we picked the best date to do a recording. A recording was March 14th of 2020. I don't know if you guys know what happened. Were you around? I don't know. In a couple of days, everything got real quiet. I don't know what happened. Anyway, so March 20th was our first official big lockdown. Nothing. I mean, this is the first time I've seen stars in the sky. I can actually smell my, little lawn in the back of the grass. And so we ended up obviously sitting on this record. So now cut to the material. Well, the stuff that you're hearing tonight is stuff that I wrote with another gentleman, Dave Williams, and Eric Boucher, almost, I won't say it, but I gotta say it, 20 years ago when we were students at Humber College. So we have never touched this material until then, and I really, truly hope you like it. And if you like it, go to neilbrathwaitgroup.com or G3 Jazz and download the record. I mean, I think it's $1 a track or something. There might be 12 tracks on it. But if you don't like it, still go to neilbrathwaite.com and download it. And then every time you play it, you can say to yourself, "I really hate this record. Oh my gosh." Use it as a reminder. Anyway, our tradition at Harlem was, because it was an open, like little restaurant. Anybody walked in, there was really no cover charge. It just morphed into this. I mean, I see some great friends that showed up here tonight that used to be regulars down there on Monday night. So thank you guys for coming out. We would play 3 songs, just no talking, just play the songs. then that way we were able to see of if who would stay and who wouldn't stay. And so we were like, okay, okay, these people stayed, some left, okay, good. So unfortunately, you guys are not in that situation. I think you had to pay for this, so. And the doors are locked. They didn't tell you about that, so drink up the wine, okay. No, but all jokes aside, I am so blessed and touched because, as I said, this music was when I was a student and never ever thought that it would come to light of day, and now here we are in this beautiful place, beautiful surrounding with this beautiful people, and not too bad looking guys here, and sharing it with you. So we thank you from the deepest part of our hearts. Thank you so much. I'll take the moment to introduce these fine gentlemen on. That's up here with me. Okay. One of my longest friends, Mr. Eric Boucher on keyboards. We have, the guy is in so much demand. I mean, everybody plays with this Susie Watts in a room. Oh yeah, there's Clark. Go ahead, Clark. I'm like, wow, okay. Can I have your autograph, Clark? Mr. Clark Johnston. Yes. And I had the misfortune, the pleasure of touring the world with this guy behind me. I guess I have to introduce him because he's a part of the band now. But one of my, truly, I think you were probably the first person I met when I came from Montreal to, yeah, I think so. I know, but I didn't play with you after that, so that was okay. Please give it up for Mr. Wilson Laurentian. So the first song that we played tonight, this evening, was a song that we just entitled Herbie. And as a kid growing up in Montreal, oh, are we back here? Okay. Well, I guess time's up. I'm talking too much. Is this the Grammys? Am I accepting an award here, man? Or we don't have much material to play, so I figured I'll just talk it through. The first song we did tonight was a song called Herbie. And as a kid growing up in Montreal, my father was a big music fan. He didn't play any instruments, and I lived right across from my cousins, or his sister and aunt, and they all used to go down to New York and bring all these records back. And one of my cousins brought back a Herbie Hancock Headhunters album. And it forever changed my life as far as listening to music, what music was all about. And so we, at Harlem, we would always start with this song, and it ended up morphing into this, and we recorded it. And so it is fragments of certain sections of a chameleon. And, and we just entitled it Herbie. What was the next? Oh. A few years ago, well, actually quite a few years ago, there was a black photographer that was being featured by CBC by the name of Michael Chambers. Oh gosh, okay, brain freeze. And the CBC was doing a special on him and his photography, and they had asked us to do a song for them. And so the second song you just heard, it's called The Photographer, in homage to that, and Michael Chambers in his wonderful work. So if you ever have a chance to look at some really, really great Canadian photography, local from here, please check out Michael Chambers. And this last piece was actually, okay, I lied. This piece was a Music Soul Child song that was interpreted by a really great piano player by the name of, he just won a Grammy, Robert Glasper. I don't know if you ever heard of him. And the song is called So Beautiful. And okay, I think that's it for me talking, other than You want to say something? Come on up. No. We also want to thank the wonderful people here in Niagara, Juliet and the crew that put this this thing together for us. It was a little scary when we were looking at how well the tickets were being sold for this, and well, you know, if you believe, as I say, build it and they will come. So thank you so much. All right. Okay. Who? Yeah. All right. The next song we're going to do is by actually a guy named Kenny Garrett. And it's a tribute to one of my favorite saxophone players, Wayne Shorter. And it's just called Wayne's Thing. Hope you enjoy. That wasn't too bad now, was it? You know, you guys, for people who are drinking wine, you can get a little bit more rowdy if you like, you know, it's all good. It's family day. You know, what happens with family stays with family, no? It's like Las Vegas. Anyway, here we go. I know. I think this is a on the fly, man. No sweat. All right. Well, thank you. I put you guys right here. Somebody was waiting for me.
My friends, it's time to meet Julie Christensen. She's a registered psychotherapist in private practice and the author of several books about anger, stress, bullying, and coping with crisis. She was voted top 40 under 40 and ranked 15 amongst the most influential forensic psychologists working today. Julie is an award-winning international public speaker and creator of the Anger Solutions method of anger resolution training. She's also known as the Anger Lady. She is the inspiration behind a scripted television crime serial currently under development, so stay tuned for that one. Her new book, The Rise of Rage, will be released in February 2024. My friends, I look forward to this conversation with my good friend, Julie Christensen. I'm thrilled to be chatting with my friend, Julie Christensen. Hi, Julie. How are you?
Hello, I'm well. Glad to be here.
Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to join us as we celebrate Emancipation Day. Now, Julie and I have had the privilege of working together, and so I'm so thrilled to be able to learn a little bit about and share a little bit about the work she does at Anger Solutions with all of you. So, Julie, tell our viewers today a little bit about what you do at Anger Solutions.
So, Anger Solutions is it's a program. It's an alternative to traditional anger management. And so what that means is it focuses on helping people identify how they're feeling, identify the problems that cause those feelings in the first place, and teaches them how to effectively problem solve so that they don't have to focus on behavior management, which is what typical anger management does. So I have written books about anger solutions, but I've also developed a program that I deliver in training modules online as well as across the country and into the United States, so that other mental health practitioners can do what I do.
Fantastic, fantastic. And Julie, you know, when we talk about anger solutions and we talk about mental health, in particular in the Black community, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. And so I know, you know, as a psychotherapist yourself, you do a lot of work in that community. So I'd love to know a little bit more about what you do and how you do it, and what kind of help and resources are out there for our Black community.
Absolutely. So I guess the first thing I would say is that not all therapists, not all mental health practitioners are created equally. And so it's really important for people of color, particularly people in the Black community, who are underrepresented in terms of mental health services received, as well as underrepresented in terms of mental health providers. It's very important that you seek out someone who is culturally competent. Mm-hmm. Now, that is not to say that just because a person, a therapist, has brown skin, that they will be culturally competent, because they're not all. Yes. So you want to interview the mental health practitioner before you make a commitment to go into therapy. And I think this is really important. In our practice at Spa for the Soul, we offer free consultations so people have an opportunity to test drive their therapist before they make a commitment. And I think that's so important, because if you choose a therapist based on the color of their skin or the pronunciation of their last name, or because they speak French, whatever it might be, you might get someone who is similar in terms of culture, but not necessarily culturally competent. So having someone who understands what post-traumatic slave syndrome is, and understands intergenerational trauma, and understands the lingo that you speak, and all those sorts of things, that really makes a difference when you're working with a therapist.
Yeah, and understanding kind of the challenges from a firsthand perspective, right? Some of the challenges that are that we face as people of color in our community. So great. Now, Julie, I'm privileged and excited to get my first copy of the book, the new book. Do you want to tell our audience a little bit about your new release?
Yes, I'll try not to squeal while I do it. So I have a new book coming out. Published with Broadleaf Books. It's coming out February 13th, 2024. It is currently available for pre-order. It is called The Rise of Rage, and it is a condensation of all of my 30 years of research and practice around anger. It's snarky, it's funny, it's a lot of tongue-in-cheek, lots of stories to give the science context, and the science is broken down into really nice little bite-sized chunks, so it's easy for everyone to understand. I'm beyond excited about it, and so thrilled that it's getting so much attention already. It's really exciting. The Rise of Rage coming in February.
Wonderful, wonderful. And that's, those are the kind of resources that we need to be able to continue to support our Black community and just our community in general, right? Whether it's reading, whether it's video, whether it's online, whether it's courses, whether it's places like Spa for the Soul. You just moved into your new location on Ontario Street. I had the privilege of coming to visit, and it's beautiful. You've really done a great job in there. And I have to say, just the diversity of people you have in there, as well as diversity of perspective, not only people, but also perspective is quite nice. So congratulations on that.
Yeah, we're very proud of it.
Awesome. So as we wrap up, Julie, I'd love to know, we're celebrating Emancipation Day today here in Canada. And it just recently came to be that this is, our National Day of Celebration as August 1st. And so what does it mean to you to be a woman of color here in Canada celebrating this day? Tell us about that.
For me, it's that notion of freedom. And as you know, I have a podcast called Freedomology, and my Freedomology podcast is really all about that. I actually launched it on Emancipation Day in 2020. I want to say 2021.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah,
it might have been 2020. I can't remember, but anyhow, it was definitely Emancipation Day that I launched that first episode, because I think that notion of it's not just about the lack of shackles. Right? Emancipation Day was not just about the lack of shackles. It was about autonomy to be a human being, to be recognized as a person, to have the ability to do the work you want to do for the pay that you choose to work for. It's about being able to choose who you love. It's about being able to raise your family in the way that you see fit. It's about being able to worship in the way that feels good for you to worship, right? Like all of those things. I think freedom is such an essential part of quality of life for every human being. And to know that Canada was way ahead of the curve in declaring emancipation for Black slaves here in Canada makes me very proud. And I hope that Canada can continue to do the work that it began all those years ago in ensuring equality and freedom for all its people.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'm so proud to and just thankful to be your friend as well, because you continue to champion, not just emancipation and on the day itself, but you continue to champion for our community. And, I know Steve, and I know as an interracial couple as well, Freedomology has a lot, your podcast has a lot of roots in how you've really survived and thrived in our community, but also just as a business leader and a leader in our community. So Julie, thank you so much for being with us and taking some time out today. Where can everybody find you, Julie? If you want to just wrap up and let everybody know where they can find you.
Sure. If you want to find me on social media, the easiest place to do that is Instagram. You will find me at JULZ. That's Jules, JULZ_Christensen. And then, of course, if you're interested in anger solutions, you can find us at angersolution.com.
Fantastic. Again, thank you so much, Julie. I look forward to chatting with you more in the future. Have a great day. Take care, my friend.
Happy Emancipation Day, everyone.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Now I'm going to bring out this piece of apparatus and really impress you because I'm going to pretend like I know how to read music.
After this, he's got like an ottoman that he's going to bring out. One thing at a time.
Okay, got the right shirt. A little ripped up. We're going to do quiet steps.
It's written in hieroglyphics.
I know, hey. Back in the day. Anyway, we're going to conclude this evening, this wonderful evening, this wonderful soiree. I hope everybody enjoys themselves. I hope everybody had great food and great wine, and you should really be proud of what you guys have here at the Jazz Niagara. You know, we're city slickers. We live in Toronto, and you know, to see a turnout like this here in Niagara, and it doesn't always happen in Toronto, but we're really, really, really appreciative of you guys having us down here. So thank you so much. And yeah, thank you, Jazz Niagara, and everybody who's put this together. I think this is also for Black History Month. So thank you for that, acknowledging some of my history. And once again, please give it up for Mr. Eric Boucher on piano. Mr. Clark Johnson on bass. And we have Mr. Wilson Laurentian on drums. This last song is called Quiet Steps in the Dark, and it was written when a good friend of mine had passed away, and I don't know, the melody just came to me, and anyway, so for those of us who have good family and friends that have passed on, this is sending it out to them. So hopefully they're hearing us, okay? so much. Thank you so much. Get home safe. Enjoy the rest of the festival and Black History Month. And Eric Boucher, Clark Johnson, Wilson Laurentian, Neil Brathwaite. Neil Brathwaite Group. Thank you.
The Neil Brathwaite Group, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Can we do one more, do we think? Yeah? Wait, I can't hear you. What? One more? Yeah, okay. Yay. I was hoping. Ah.
Hello? Oh, there we are. Can we get you guys to help us out here, please? Just easy. Watch. Oh, yeah. Keep it going. Thank you, merci beaucoup, and all the wonderful things. Thank you so much. Thank you, dude. Oh my gosh. Wow. They're not worthy. No, just thank you. Thank you so much.
Lorraine Klassen is the daughter of legendary South African jazz singer Thandi Klassen and is one of the few South African artists who have preserved the classic sound of township music, which continues to be the most distinctive sound that comes from South Africa. Born and raised in Soweto, now based in London, Ontario, Lorraine has electrified audiences worldwide with her dynamic stage presence and her showmanship. Lorraine's life on the road continues with performances in South Africa, the United States, Barbados, and festivals in Ontario and Quebec. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the musical sounds of Lorraine Klassen.
Kele maweni yo haya. Now I can't hear you. I've been traveling and my ears are deaf. I can't hear well. So let's pretend I did not have this conversation. Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, thank you. I can hear you so much better. Yeah, we're going to be playing some beautiful South African music for you this afternoon. So understand the sun is hot and nobody wants to get a tan like me. Anyway, I have a dome over me, so I'm just fine. So this next song is called Ilanga Selishonile. Means when the sun sets, when the sun goes down. Put your hands together like this. some friends who came to visit me in South Africa. Oh, I haven't seen you ladies in a long time. Thanks for coming. You know how I met them? I was performing somewhere and they said, we'd like to come visit South Africa. And you know me, why not? What's preventing you? They said, well, they made A, B, C, D, F, G. Next thing I know, they're all getting together, about 10 of them decided to fly to South Africa. And we had a wonderful visit. They saw my performances where I was honoring my mom. There was a wonderful in Johannesburg. They went to Cape Town. They went to so many different places. It's good to see you, right on the soil of Canada. All right, on. So this next song is called La Reine. It's enough of me singing all by myself. This one I'm going to need an audience participation. It's a song that I wrote while I was still in Quebec. Parce que là-bas, à Québec, tout le monde parle français. J'ai pas le choix. Il faut que je parle aussi un peu en français. So it's called La Reine.
Quitté mon pays pour venir ici. Je ne peux pas imaginer ma vie sans ma musique. Parce que pour moi, la musique c'est la meilleure façon de communiquer avec les gens.
With me, I say,
oh yeah,
and you say,
oh yeah.
Can they sing?
L'état est précieux.
Pourquoi perdre votre temps avec la musique des autres? Reste fidèle, Lorraine.
Musique des autres,
partagez ma culture à travers ma musique.
travers de mes sentiments, travers de mon feeling, partout au
Je suis la reine.
Oh yeah, everybody.
I am the queen.
J'ai quitté mon pays pour venir ici. Je ne peux pas imaginer ma vie sans ma musique. Parce que pour moi, la musique c'est la meilleure façon de partager avec les gens. Hey! Partager ma culture, parler de ma musique, parler n'ingoma zethu nabanye abantu bo. Thank you. Yeah, that song basically says, let's share our music with, or our culture rather, with everybody here, wherever we go. So it's an exchange of different cultures. At the TD Jazz Niagara Festival, 10th anniversary. What do you guys think? Now, if it's my 10th anniversary of anything, I wouldn't want to have that hand clapping. I mean, 10 years, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for the TD Jazz Festival, Niagara. Yeah, that's nice. I'll acknowledge that. It's a big smile. I was gonna sing a song in English, but then I thought, why should I? I think you just enjoy when I sing in Zulu. You understand every word that I say, right? Yeah, well, that's too much stuff. So the next song is called Mina Now. It's another song that I wrote for my mother. It says, me and you, my mother then at that time before she passed, we are united in song. That was nice. Thank you. I enjoyed myself. Thank you for my dancing. I've got my chorus choreographers there in front. Thank you for dancing. Yeah, this next song, it's more like a township medley of a variety of South African songs. And it's called, I call it Township Memories. It's a lovely song of my childhood. It's called Unomeva.
Song when I say he-o, he-o, you have to say he-o, he-o. But I can't, you know what I'm saying? He-o, he-o. I say he-o, he-o, and you say? I say he-o, 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 and you say? Yeah, but now let's try to keep the rhythm. Like you still have to stay in the rhythm. You cannot just say yo everywhere. You have to stay with the beat. I say yo. You say. I say yo. You say. I say say yo, yo. You say yo, yo. Over there say yo, yo. Yo, yo. Oh, I guess all of us together. Alpha. This is a song of my new CD. The song is called Kilimanjaro. Festival 10th anniversary. Coming part, we hope it's not the last. Enjoy the rest of the festival. My name is Lorraine Clarkson. Thank you very much.
My friends, thank you so much for joining us today on our Emancipation Day celebration. This was our 3rd annual celebration, and so thank you so much for contributing to such a great event today. What phenomenal performances we had. It was a joy to listen to. And so I encourage you, go check out our website, NiagaraJazzFestival.com, where you can learn more about the artists, as well as our upcoming events and how you can continue to support us as we continue to bring music and jazz right here to Niagara and support some of the youth programs that we have as well. So I encourage you, please stay connected with us on social. Make sure you like this and share it and keep the word going. So I wish you the most amazing year ahead, my friends. We look forward to seeing you next year. And thank you again for joining us on this year's Emancipation Day celebration. Bye for now.
Sakupega, sakupuga, sakupega, sakupuga, sakupega, sakupuga, sakupega. Ayo mama, 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 ayo mama. Hey mama, sakupuga, sakupega.
Dance we do down in Johannesburg.